Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, April 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Maybe somebody, thank you very much, Pepe. So we're good to go, both rooms, guys. So yeah, as Obi said, sound alerts going off crazy on the long side with the move in the SPY. With the report that maybe the strait's going to be open for a couple of weeks during the ceasefire, if the ceasefire lasts that long. So let's hope. Okay, so look at the SPY. My goodness, what a pop! So many things going up. Obviously, I'm looking. Well, somebody was talking about the cruisers. Anything to do with that's going to save the cruisers, jets. Look at jets. Look at the ETF for the airline industry. Boy, that's a big move. I mean, 5%. So 5% move in this in the airline industry ETF. Individual stocks. Let's take a look at UAL. That's I always think of that as being a leader. So Jets is up 6%. UAL is up. Jets is up about 5%, and UAL is up 6%. Oh, this one's just showing up here, guys. EFOI, Energy Focus. And this is multi-year deal or multi-year data center infrastructure progress. Okay, so that is EFOI, EFOI. Hmm. Did not see that, William. Okay, thank you. So EFOI, what did it get up to? Got up to 558. Big pullback so far. Well, I do know the reason, but is this going to sustain? Probably not. Beyond Meat went up because of an agreement with Big Geyser. I think it's a company out of New York, perhaps. They're going to expand in the first functional beverage line into the influential New York market with 3 delicious flavors. All right, so that's Beyond Meat, guys. Yeah, CRML, critical minerals or critical metals, excuse me, CRML. Up 21%. The company boosts its stake in the Tan Breeze rare earth deposit in Greenland. Now, another news. Look at Netflix, guys. Netflix had earnings. I don't know if William you stuck around for that. Netflix had earnings right now down 10%. Also, the CEO is going. The CEO is going. I don't know if that was a planned departure or not. Excuse me. I'm just trying to see that. I know I read it. I know I read. Read somebody rather read Hastings. Thank you. He's also leaving the board, so he's just taken off. I wonder if it was planned. He's the founder, yeah. But I wonder if it was planned or this is. You know what? I had enough. I'm not. I'm gone. At any rate, Netflix just getting kicked here ahead of their earnings. I mean, the stock was being bid up and up and up and up. So Netflix, what is there's got to be an ETF for Netflix. Maybe somebody can dig that up for me. There's got to be an ETF for Netflix. Yeah, the inverse. Either one. Either one. So if you think Netflix is going to keep going down, I'd like to see the short ETF, and of course, I'd like to see the other one. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. So there's NFL. So it's probably NFL, NFXS and NFXL. So it's a one time, NFLD two time. Okay, let's take a look at NFLD. NFLD. Not NFLD. NFLU. Okay, so this is a two-time longer. Okay, obviously way down now. It's going to be double the move down. But if you think Netflix is going to recover some, not a lot of volume, 125,000 shares. So NFLU is, so if you thought Netflix was going to have a bounce at some point, you could play this, a lot cheaper, of course. Right now, not a lot of volume. The spread is not great. I'm not saying Netflix is going to have an NFXS. Take a look at NFXS. So that's a one timer. Okay, so it's a one timer. So if you thought Netflix was going to keep, thanks guys. If you thought Netflix was going to continue down, you could buy this. You can see that this is up the same amount that the stock is down. It's a one timer. Again, not much volume though. Not much volume. Interesting. I wonder if Pepe is around. Not for technical advice, Pepe. You can rest. You can say, oh, now what? So there's the EFOI, the CRMU. That's a two timer for what? It's an ETF trust, but I don't know. I don't know what this one is all about. Is this a CRML? RPay is a buyout, guys. RPay, I believe, is a buyout or it's a planned merger, trading higher after the company announced its larger shareholder has offered to acquire the company. So it's not a deal or anything, but that is the is give me a moment, guys. Oh, okay. Earnings season, ding, 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 has started, guys. There's Alcoa. Well, Pepe, you see anything new about my layout? Yes, I have docking. Now, interesting. I'm going to have to break this dock here because I'm going to have to break this into two. Okay, because when I click on anything in here, when I click on anything in here, this disappears behind, which I don't want. So I'm going to have to break this dock into two. But also look, So what I've got going here, I've got this doc, I've got this doc, and I've got this doc. Okay, so I have broken them up, and that is taxing the system. Am I ill? But that is taxing the system. Look, it's not bright green anymore. So now I will get rid of this. I'll exit this because I won't need that once the market opens. So probably the 9:30 open. But I'm going to have to break these two docs into. I'm going to have to break this up. I don't think there's a way around it, which is okay. Problem is though, I think the more docs you have, even though it'll be the same number of windows, my guess is that it's going to tax the system even more. So anyway, I thought I would do that just to please you. Yeah, so that is CRMU. Okay, thank you, John. Normally, when you check when you normally it will say CRML somewhere. So this is unless it's another type. It's not really an ETF. It's not like a two-time or a one-time ETF. It is sort of the same stock. What has more volume? I'm sure that this doesn't have as much volume as a CRML. No, the races work in the pre-market, Michael. As long as you don't have, it's all. Remember, it's all to do with your top list. So if your top list, I mean, now is this going to be able to duplicate this? As long as your top list doesn't have the current, if you're not using the relative volume filter or the change from the open or something like that, then it'll work the minute you load trade ideas, whenever that is. If it's in the pre-market. Nope, nope. Just now this might be okay. Good. I couldn't remember if it would take the dock out. No, because if I stop the race, okay, stop the race and show the race setup. If you check auto start on load, it's going to start running when you load trade ideas. So it's got nothing to. It's just auto start on load. Okay, load meaning when you load trade ideas. So if it happens to be in the pre-market, it'll start to work. Okay. I had auto start at time checked at 9:30, but so when you load it from my homepage, yeah, if you wanted to start right like in the pre-market, then you have to uncheck that and auto start on load. And then the other thing is, again, remember, it's all based on a top list window. So as long as your top list window, it's changed from the open. I'm sorry, that is not right. I wonder why that. Oh, I'm going to have to change that when the market opens. I'm going to have to change everything a little bit. But I don't have the, I'm not using the relative volume filter here. Okay. So as long as you're not using the relative volume filter in your top list, it'll work in the pre-market. Now, I don't see, this is what I don't like, Pepe, though. Yeah, I have to, oh, this is a duplicate. Yeah, I'm going to have to break these docs into two, these two into two. It's probably going to tax the system a little bit more, but That's okay. It's not. I've always liked docking. It's not that I didn't like docking, but before thermal paste, my system was just slowed down to a crawl. Yeah, pointless to go over all ones, guys. I mean, there's so many stocks that are making new pre-market highs right now. And I don't see any disaster du jour. This is this QVCGP. I thought I read somewhere they're going to go bankrupt or to commence voluntary cases under Chapter 11 filing. Lifezone metals. I've seen this one before. Thank you, Obi. The IPOs for today. Okay. Well, if they're opening today, they couldn't have picked a better time. Market at an all-time high. Leaving that 700 behind. Well, the market at an all-time. The SPY at an all-time high. So anyway, the LZM, the volume like not bad. So the CEO acquired 66,000 shares at 394. See, I don't quite, William. When I look at this is not as cut and dried, is it? I see the vesting and a surrender and net acquired and all that. I mean, is that a true go in the market and buy at 394? But I don't quite understand how to decipher all this. So it is not. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. This is kind of moving stuff around, but it looks good. Okay, I suppose it looks good. You know, if you're like me, if I don't quite understand what I'm reading, and I might think, okay, I got 67,000 shares at about $4. So hopefully we have other other people like myself who would look at that. All right, bird new high. Well, the high yesterday, the price alert there, price alert at 14.56. See if I can take that out. So, guys, what's going to happen today at about 9:30, maybe 9:35, 9:40ish? Okay. I'm going to have to take off for a little bit. Okay. All right, guys. Well, okay. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to move this off screen here. So, Santi, SNTI, just over $1. Steph, I'll show you how, but it's in the guide, okay? I will show you how because if you forget, here's your reference, okay, for to get a sound alert. Now, are you talking about a price? Are you talking about your price alert, like when you create a price alert on the chart and it goes into the price alert window, or are you talking about putting a price alert on one of your scans, like an alert scan? At any rate, both ways. Scroll down a bit, go to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, the user guide. And in the user guide, there's a whole section on sound alerts. Where are you? Sound alerts, okay, right here. So here's your reference, okay, in the guide, sound alerts. So again, do you mean your price alerts window, or are you talking about putting a sound alert on a like a scan that you've created? So again, are you talking about a price alerts window? I have to know. I mean, it's the same principle, but are you talking about a price alerts window like this? So when you put a price alert on your chart, you get a trigger, and you want to put a sound alert, or are you talking about an alert window? An alert window. Just have to know. Well, Steph, I can't help you unless you let me know which type of price alert like. What are you trying to put the price alert on? CRML guys, yeah, CRML is continuing here. High. Let's take a look at the high here. The monthly high is last month. Last month's high is 11. Sorry, the month before that is 1562. So on a monthly basis, certainly there's room. On a weekly basis, let's take a look here. On a weekly basis, we've got 1238. So that looks like the next high. It looks like the next high on a weekly basis is 1235, and that is for CRML. Am I on mute? I guess I'm not. I'm not on mute, right? Maybe Steph has me on mute. Okay, guys, let's see. BMI. I wonder if BMI is Badger meter. Badger meter. An earnings play. This is actually an earnings play. I don't know if you saw this one, William. Badger meter. BMI. Not very much volume yet. So it's going to pick up. Just getting hammered down here, down 20%. Low float for a $100 stock. BMI slides on Q1 revenue miss. Probably guiding poorly. BMI is also okay, but it's also okay. It's also an earnings play. So they're going to be acquiring UD Live, a UK-based provider. Okay, so that's probably helping its move down. So here's my top 10 list right now. And here's the EFOI. Let's take a look at EFOI. Energy Focused announces a approximately $500,000 data center project, G completion in 2025. All right, so that's EFOI. So had a miss, and making an acquisition. So not good, but good for the stock price anyway, right now for BMI. Also, price for a beef, really? Okay. So yeah, EFOI. I don't know when the next. I'd have to go back in the monthly chart. Let's see now. The next high on a monthly chart for this one is back. That's about $6, and that is back in almost 5 years ago. Not quite 5 years ago. Yeah, Alcoa certainly is bucking the trend, guys, this morning. Alcoa, yeah, big move down on earnings. Wonder how Cenex is doing. CENX, another big aluminum player. Cenex is also moving down. It's not an earnings play, but it's a sympathy play with Alcoa. Not a lot of volume. Interesting. I mean, this Cenex, which is a lot cheaper than that. Well, actually, not anymore. Cenex used to be. I remember this when it was down here, around a $5 stock. But it's lifetime high. It's not that would probably be the lifetime high up here. Whereas look at Alcoa in relation to its lifetime high, not even close. I mean, it's at the low end of its lifetime range. Just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. The worship WSAP from yesterday. So it is above. Got up to $40, closed at 14. So you can see how volatile that was. All right, guys. So yeah, EFOI is making another. So it took up that original pre-market high was about 560 or so. This is not shortable for me. Like typically, not shortable for me with these low floaters, which is probably a really good thing. Now the SPY is starting to. I mean, here's where the big pop started. It's already moving ahead of that. But here's where the big pop started at 705, got up to 708. However, now we're getting below the VWAP. Okay. Okay. Thank you, William. So that's the reason. Okay. Wouldn't you say that at the same time as the market popped like this at the same time? Not you. I'm not talking you. All right, guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, our market is now open. So let's see what happens when I shut this dock down. So you see what happened, Pepe? So my monitor turned green again. Or the monitor, my activity went back to green. Good. So it's amazing. Docs. CRML, guys. CRML. CRML is popping. Or I should say it's continuing its pop. And HIMS, guys, HIMS with that peptoid stuff. Yeah, HIMS on a monthly basis, the next high is 36. Whoa, and look at CRML now. So what did it get up to? Got up to about 1230, and then it pulled back down to 1160. The reason I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the EFOI now. The EFOI's had a bit of a pullback, EFOI, bit of a pullback. There's the VWAP. The VWAP's around 474. So EFOI's had a bit of a pullback, not a huge one. The high in the pre-market was 590. Low float, 37,000 times normal. Look at that, 37,000 times normal trading right now. Remember what that relative volume is all about. It looks at the time of day. So right now we're at 9:32. So on average, it doesn't trade very much at the beginning of the day. So this represents 31,000 times normal for this time of day. 24 million shares are traded. And there it goes. There it goes, guys. There it goes. So the pre-market high, it's approaching it, 591. Okay, guys. So it briefly took out that pre-market high, EFOI. Briefly took. All right, guys. EFOI continues here. Continues. Now, remember what we saw? I think on the monthly chart. This was the next high. Actually, I think it's above that now. 612. Yeah, so it's above that high. 816 is the next high. So obviously the oil plays, the oil plays are getting hit right now. Take a look at XLE. Look at XLE down 4.5%. This could be interesting. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. ELDN, guys. ELDN. It's over 4, full number. Next high on a monthly chart is around 460. It's not bad. Weekly chart, though. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. That's the same high. So it has some room, Okay, 406. Let's think it's going to get to 460, but yeah, EFOI just got halted on the way up. I mean, the news is so bogus, I mean, it doesn't matter what we think. Uh, you know, $500,000, $1,000 data center total Okay, I didn't see that. Total contract value estimated at 6.6 million. Okay, so there is news. I mean, there is some news. Oh, no kidding, William. All right, why is this one moving? I mean, not Bed Bath and Beyond, sorry, Bath and Body Works, BBWI, big move, big move. Don't see any news on it. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Don't see any news on this one. Macy's is moving. Even Macy's getting close to 20. All right, let's take a look at EFOI and see where it could open. Okay, so if you're in this one, there's the halt. There's the halt at 7:15. Okay, and this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window I'm showing you here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if that's the case, this is going to open at 9:31 plus 11 seconds. So we have a minute and a half to go. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, I would say the vast majority are 5-minute halts. And you can see how this this number is starting to change. So if you're in this one right now, of course you want to see a number greater than 715 in this column. NPT just got halted, but on the way down. NPT got halted on the way down. Never ever have I heard of this one. It's sort of a new IPO, I guess, or was it? I don't know. I mean, it started trading as FRMM last month. I don't know if it's an IPO, a SPAC that turned into it, a symbol name change. Why am I talking about it? Well, if you've got the AI, you know why. Yeah, isn't it interesting, William? Because so many people say, "Don't look at your P&L." I call that. I don't know. All right, guys. HIM's on the move. HIMS on the move. Of course, this is. I guess we'll call this is the peptide sector. Wow. Yeah, it didn't give no opportunity. It did not drop down below. Holy smokes. Well, this is the runaway leader today, EFOI. So now you got to go back to October of 2020, and there's a high up here at 1160. Yeah, meanwhile, Bitcoin also, guys. Bitcoin is a big spike here. Bitcoin's up to almost 77,000 now. Okay, little pullback now for BBWI. Maybe this is going to be a bit of a bounce play. BBWI coming into the VWAP. Okay, I do not see any news on it today. So will the VWAP hold it? I mean, the VWAP, the actual 1927, 1940 or so. So there's the VWAP. There's my purple line on the chart. Okay, so is it going to act as support? Watching this, I'm just watching this one. Doesn't have, I mean, it has room maybe to the 20 level if it holds the VWAP. Okay, talking about the BBWI. Relative volume is decent, very decent, of course, 5.4 times normal right now. Hmm. But it looks like it wants to start drifting away instead of holding the VWAP. So I'm going to forget about it. Yeah. So all these energy stocks, guys. Well, this is freight transportation. I'm sorry, it's not an energy stock. This one, though, this is distribution of electricity. Okay, so PPL is weak. PPL is weak. There's my answer on CENX, CENX. Aha, really following, really following AAL now. I'm sorry, AA, just AA. So this is now down 11%, and Alcoa is down 9%. Maybe found a bottom. Maybe found a bottom. Alcoa is an earnings place. I don't think. I think CENX is maybe a month later or so. Not quite a month later, May 6th. Okay, so Alcoa is earnings place today, but it is dragging down CENX. Bird. Okay, I just heard Bird, and Bird is halted on the way down. Okay, Bird's halted on the way down. When I say I heard it, my text to voice is here in my Pulsar Zoom, so I hear the lady reading out the symbol. Oh, good. Let's take a look at EFOI and see where it's pulled back to. Okay, it got close, well, got underneath 8. There's the VWAP. That would be a massive pullback. So probably too much to ask if you're looking to get into this one. ZLab, guys. So ZLab is pre-market. This got up to about $25. Had a nice run over the last 5 days. So we're talking like an EFOI, William. We're not talking about GME again. It specifically mentioned bird. Okay, interesting. Okay, guys, LZM, interested in it. It's over 5. Okay, this is the one where it's a little bit. It looks like the CEO bought a bunch of shares at, but not kind of not really. But when you just see the headline, okay, when you see the headline, that's what it looks like. But you have to sort of dive into it. Come on. Okay, guys, I'm in the LZM. I want to see now the next high looking left is about 555. So there's a little bit of room on it with it. So you don't want to see it go down below 5. If it gets close to 5, I'm out. Not a recommendation to do the same thing, but there you have it. LZM. Hey guys, EFOI looks like it might be it got a couple of bottoming tails now on a 5-minute chart. Looks like might be poised again. William, your ABT from yesterday, I had that one still thumbnailed. That's making a nice move right now. ABT. Again at ABT. This was an earnings play, I guess. Yeah, it was an earnings play yesterday. So got actually hammered down on earnings, but it's above yesterday's close now. And that's ABT, the next high, of course, of yesterday. It's got some room to that high. All right, guys. Now keep an eye on the FRMM. If you have the AEI, you should see a reentry price if you didn't take it the first time. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just saying, but I'm alerting you to the fact. Okay, guys, I am CRML. CRML is sort of basing now. CRML is kind of basing a little bit right here. The high of the day was up here at 1248. So EFOI now back at 8. Pretty big pullback. From the high here, 955 down to 714. That's a big pullback percentage wise. But we're back over 8. We're back holding that whole number right now. All right, guys. Well, here's another. Let's take a look at some of the earnings plays that I haven't gone over. So, well, first of all, has Netflix bounced? Wow, Netflix bounced. You took this one, right, William? I think you took this one early. Nice bounce for Netflix here. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be back. Just give me a 5 minutes. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to put the announcement up here. Okay, on mute for a while. Shouldn't be too long. All right, guys, I'm now back again. Wow, look at the EFOI. Shoot. Oh well. EFOI, that really held 9, or sorry, 8 pretty well. This was a really active one for a couple of months, guys. Is SHMD, the Schmidt Group. Pretty low float, 14 million in the float. Company out of Germany. All right. Why is Callaway Golf on the move here, guys? Remember when it used to be Eli? Stopped, I guess it went private or something. And but anyway, used to be Eli. Now it's CALY, and on the move here. Hmm. All right, guys, going to go over my homepage right now. All right, so this is what you're going to find if you click on my homepage link. First, at the very top, how can you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? You can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code, and you will get 15, excuse me, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, and it applies to both our standard and our premium services. Okay. All I ask, please use my code. Use my code. It really helps to keep the 2 rooms that I moderate free. The company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, again, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what I'm talking about, there is another room called the trading room. It is free also. Excuse me, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into this room, okay? This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So during the pre-market, I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for opening it up. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening it up so early. Well, not so early for you, but certainly early for me. Well, Wolfhound, you're in the main room. You're in this room, okay? There's a YouTube room. It's the same. I mean, they hear me, see my screen, but it's if you're looking for interaction with other traders, this is the room to be in, okay? This room is also open. I take off usually between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But when I leave, William typically keeps this room open after I leave. On Fridays, I would say if he's going to do it, it'll be around 3:30. Monday to Thursday, though, it could be around 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open between 6:45 and a.m. and 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, you can stay on YouTube if you want. If you just want to hear me and see my screen. But again, if you're looking for a lot more action, come into this room. Next, scroll down a little bit, and if you want to sign up, wow, look at CRML guys on the move. You want to sign up for the trade of the week? It is right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you've taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, you click on my homepage, scroll down, education section right here. Okay. And why I'm pointing you to this is that getting started with trade ideas, there are 12 short videos to get you started. mandatory you do this if you take out a subscription. But if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about the product, is this the right thing for me? Well, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. This is for you if you are new to trading. Free, 15 videos, free videos if you are new to trading. And last, if you are looking for my, scans, races, etc., here they are. So you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right here. Custom scans, large cap gainers is right here. This is a more volatile race is right here. Shrunken down view of the upside versus downside movers is right here. Everything you see here, this is all real time alerts. If it's in green, it's made a new high for the day. If it's in red, it's made a new low for the day. Obviously with other filters in place, two competing scans basically. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes is down here. And I do have these other scans that you can take a look at, a momentum scan, gap scan, epic combo scan, and the William up down 25 cent scan. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they are also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't think you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something in which I can't be interrupted or really concentrating on a trade, fine, let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help you, but I can direct you to people who can. Well, the LZM is putting me to sleep, not the LZMH, but the LZM is kind of putting me to sleep. In fact, okay, I bailed on it, guys. Wait a minute. I'm looking to bail on it. I mean, I see the spread 505, 508. Yeah, I'm bailing on it. Okay, took a loss on it. I may look at it later. I didn't want to see it. My stop was underneath 5, but I've decided to bail earlier. Just don't like the way it's trading. I was up a little on it, but I wanted more. Okay, guys, let's see. Now, USAR actually is the short from our AI, but not the data short right now. Well, not this one anyway. All right, let's take a look at some of these large cappers, guys. I want to see. Now, you see the nukes are. There's Jets. I wonder how much more Jets is up. Wow. Last time I saw, I think just was up about 5%. And so in the pre-market, and it's just been jetting higher. That's the pretty obvious answer or reason. Now, whether that's going to last or not, I mean, but all the airlines are ripping higher, as are the cruisers. Anything to do with anything that needs a lot of fuel, or fuel is a big component of their cost. Shoot, I picked the wrong one to go long on in our AI. MGTX, not bad. No, I haven't completely given up on the LZM. It's now rallying. It's basically where I bought it. Well, CRML just took out the whole number of 13, briefly anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's got room still on a weekly chart anyway. It's got room. 1528, that week back here, back in February, I guess, of this year, got up to 1541. Let's see if we can base a little bit more. Okay, around the 13 level. I don't want to chase it. Maybe a little pullback, and then maybe I pop through 13 again. All right, watching this CRML as it kind of drops a little bit below 13. Price to go around 1305. Maybe it takes out 13. I'll hop on it. Not a recommendation to do the same thing. Now this is interesting. INFQ is in both races here, guys. I have an INFQ, both races. All-time high, yes, all-time high. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over this race right here. Okay, this is a very active race. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. Before I do, though, I want to direct you to the user guide where you can read up on racing, how to create your own race. Give me a moment. All right, we'll CRML do it. Give me a moment before I start talking about the races. Our pay is going. I'm glad it worked for you, Todd. Our pay, I believe, is going private or being or some major fund is looking to buy or take them private. I thought, but if it worked for you, great. I thought that's what I read. Yeah, it jumps on $4.80 a piece acquisition proposal by its larger shareholder. Okay. All right. Let me go. Let me start on the race again. Guys, I am in scalp mode right now. Okay, definitely. I'm not. I didn't go into that CRML trade thinking I would, but I might take a look at it again. I made like a pittance on it. I was hoping it would get into the mid 20s, but once it's stalled, I'm sure you know, Todd, that it's at the VWAP right now. RPA is at the VWAP. Excuse me. Boy, I'm having some little congestion issues here, guys. Hmm. Well, the one that I should have taken from our AI is definitely the MGTX. This has been a nice mover. So again, well, let me get to the race. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, go to the education section, click on the more info. At the top is is a user guide and TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about here is your reference. Okay, nice big section on TI stock racing. It'll also show you how you can take this race and modify it exactly to your own set of parameters. Oh, glad I got out of the CRML. So I am running a 4-minute race. Again, that's customizable. So what happens is at the 30-second mark, once it sort of revs up, I'm running a 4-minute race, but you won't see anything in this one anyway until 3:30 minutes and 30 seconds. So SPLX, what does that 1.68% mean? It means that since the race started, this has moved the most percentage-wise. Okay, not a huge percent, but you can see some big percentage moves here. Right now, I mean, there's the EFOI now, 2.8%. And this is a great example, guys, of how you can use races as pullback plays because you don't know what you're going to see when you click on the symbol. And look what happened. EFOI pulled back. Now, is that VWAP going to hold it? I mean, we don't know, but it is into the VWAP. It got down a little bit below it, and but now the reason why we're seeing that move is right here because of that little pop. So you can see how you can use races for pullback plays. You just don't know what you're going to see until you click on the symbol, of course. So that's number one. So if you see a stock leading a race, click on it. Obviously, click on it. See what's happening. Maybe it's setting up. This one is, more or less near the high of the day, but it could have been coming down into the VWAP, and maybe it was going to hold and pop. We talked about the INFQ. Let's see what it's doing. This one more is at the high of the day. Okay, doesn't mean it's bad to trade. I don't mean to hop in it right away, but at least you can see right now this is a super strong stock, an all-time high, showing up in both races. It's a large cap stock, and it's also a very volatile stock. So I mean, you don't often see this. You don't often see the same symbol in both these races, and I'll explain why. So if you see a symbol at the top, of course, you don't have to wait for the race to be over for you to click on the symbol. You see anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at Sleep Number, SNR. Another pretty strong stock. Had earnings a few days ago. Notice what happens is that a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So here's EFOI has won 11 races, PBM 4, etc. Same thing happens in this race. There's a top 10 list built for you in this race also. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are these? I mean, generally speaking, again, you don't see the same stocks in both these races. INFQ is certainly an exception. But why are these stocks showing up here? I'm going to right click. I'm going to duplicate the race because I don't want to stop it. I said duplicate into free floating window, and here it is. Okay, so now it's free floating. I just did that because I didn't want to stop the race. Now I didn't. You know what? I'll start again. I don't have to stop the race in order to see the top list window. So if I right click in this body of this race, notice there's an option that says open top list window. All races start from a top list window. So you can see how pretty full this is. Notice if I right click in the race, launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window. In this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume, or the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and 2% from yesterday's close. Well, unfortunately, I got out of it, Todd. Oh no, not the CRML. No, you're right. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the LZM. Yeah, no, the CRML. Yeah, I should have got out of it. So you know what? I'm wrong. I got out of that one. You got me confused because of the yeah. It popped all the way down. I got out of that one. I made a little bit of money on it. Okay, a little bit of money on it, but then I definitely would have been out of it. It went down to 1260 something or other. Now I may take a look at it later. So here's what this race is looking for. The stock has to be between $1 and $50. The current volume the volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So the way in which you can still use a top list window, a classic question: show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, the C% is the change from yesterday's close, I can sort on it. So you can see that EFOI is at 271% from yesterday's close, CRML 41%, etc., all the way down this list. If I wanted to sort on the change from the open, change from the open meaning it's opening trade of the day, EFOI is up 42%. Okay, so here is again, As long as you have a column header, you can sort on that column header. Double left click, and there you go. So that's good. I mean, that's what you can use it for. But the beauty of the race is that the race does not, in fact, look at JLHL. I mean, it's up the most from the open. It's really not the most from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? Okay, JLHL really started to move. It's up 5.3% from yesterday's close now. But what if it all of a sudden just started to move up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. Oh, I don't even think of straw. Do I trust the last 2 days? I don't know. I mean, I suppose as long as it holds 700, but I'm not a swing trader. I am not a swing trader, so I suppose I don't know. Trust is I don't know what I trust these days. Talking to Sean in our YouTube room. So that's the beauty of the race, though. The race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that since the race started, what stock is moving the most through this list. Okay, that's all it cares about. So some stock is down here, AHMA, which has been a very active stock. It's up 5% now from yesterday's close. But again, what if all of a sudden it was up 6%, 8%, 10% moving up this list? How would you know? But that's what the race does for you, okay? It doesn't care where it is in the list. Just tell me what stock is moving the most since the race started. Yes, yeah. In fact, yes, you can connect trade ideas with TradeStation. It's our newest addition to the lineup. Now, it depends what you mean by connect. I mean, actually, you can use it to trade if that's what you're talking about, or if you're just talking about it. Like when I talk about connect, for me, connecting means when I click on a symbol, it loads into my interactive brokers platform. That's where I trade it. So the same thing would happen with TradeStation. Okay, you can connect to TradeStation such that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your TradeStation platform, and from there you can trade it. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that you can create your own. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. I mean, the fact that I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So you could make adjustments to the price range or anything else. You could add filters if you have any trading experience. Maybe you've got some filters that you like to add. I want to show you how you can do that pretty easily. The other thing you can do is if you know how to create a symbol list, a watch list, you can then have a basket of stocks that maybe you want to watch every single day. Maybe the SPY, maybe there's 10 or 20 stocks out of the SPY or other stocks that you want to follow every single day. That's kind of your trading style. Okay, well, you can create a symbol list. And in the configure, you see where it says symbol list. You just you have to make sure it's in this list over here. I don't understand. Every time I do this, Pepe, I get rid of this, but they all come back, and I save my work. But anyway. It doesn't seem to matter. But okay. But anyway, if you create a symbol list, then you make sure it's over in this column, and you would check. And this is a drop-down menu. You check only and get only the following list, and then you check it. That means that top list window that you created will only look at those stocks that you want to see. Could be a different list every day, though. I mean, maybe when the market closes, maybe you do some evening work, and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. You create the symbol list based on those stocks. So there's a lot of things you can do. Now, I want to duplicate the list or this race because I want to show you how you can easily modify the race to make it to fit your set of parameters, okay? First thing you can do is if you click on that gear, the gear is going to bring up a couple of the easy ones. If you wanted to change the minimum and maximum price, you could easily do that here, and the minimum volume, you could do that here very easily. Okay, if that's all you wanted to do, you can make your changes, and then the race will be based on your new figures. If you want to make changes, you don't have to, of course, only if you want to. But if you click on the advanced, then you can also make the change here, the stock up 2%. Maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you want it up 4%. Maybe you don't care about that at all. Or maybe you want to add maybe you have some favorite filters that you want to add in here. You know, whatever that might be. Here's how you can do it. Say okay. And so all I'm really trying to show you is that instead of having to create a top list right from scratch, you could take this top list or this race and the top list that it's based on and create it, add your filters if that's what you want to do, change the numbers if that's what you want to do. You say okay, and then then you can launch the race based on your set of parameters. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now, the other thing is when the race is started, you want to stop a race. You just click on the box there, and that's going to stop the race. Because now, if you click in the body of the race and right click, show race setup. Here's how you can control. And don't get too overwhelmed by all this, but here's how you control how long you want your race to run. So I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want. The only other thing you might want to take a look at, because when you load my race, if you load it from my homepage, I have got auto started time check, okay, on the one that you're going to load. Because before I wanted to start at 9:30. So even though I'm loading trade ideas before the 9:30 open, I didn't want my race to start until then. I've made a change in that because now, so I've unchecked that and I'm now saying auto start on load, which means the race will start whenever I load trade ideas. So if it happens to be in the pre-market, my race will start running in the pre-market. If I load it after 9:30, that's when it's going to start also. But so you don't have to, but that's what I've done. Okay. Now all this is in the guide, of course. Yeah, now I'm regretting not being back in the CRML, but but there's no way I could have kept it. There's just absolutely no way. Not when it made this move. I was in here, right, a little over 13, and yeah, made a little bit, but it got down to 1268. So there's no way 1268. I could never ever have held it. Well, I would have had a far wider stop, BJ. Yes, you should be able to. So 161 just signed up on April the 9th. Okay, yeah. So for sure. So you've taken a monthly subscription. Okay, so if you contact, so if you go to info@trade-ideas.com, give them your email address, okay, and say you'd like to use Barry 15. Okay, Barry 15 to upgrade to I guess what you're trying to, well, what are you trying to do? Oh, to the annual plan. Okay, yeah. So you can use Barry 15 to upgrade to the annual plan also. Okay. So just contact them. Just make sure you give them your email address so they can that you signed up that you used to sign up for Trade Ideas, so that you can so they can take a look at your account and then they can make the adjustment. Okay. Now, as far as the screen setup is concerned, I mean, tend to do, what I do is I have the individual. These are the three. These are one, two, three, four column scans information that I'm sharing. That's on my homepage, so you can kind of pick and choose. Okay, not everybody wants the large cap gainers or the volatile rates or this, so you can kind of pick and choose what you want. Now, I can show you how. If you don't know how, okay, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down and you see my scans right here, okay? So if you don't know, I mean, what you do is you click on that open scan, okay? And I can show you, if you don't know how to get it onto your screen, I can quickly show you how. It's a little convoluted when you read what you're supposed to do. I think it's a little easier if you just listen to me because, and then you just kind of pick and choose what you might like, okay? Just let me know if you know how to do it. Okay, if you can do it, okay, you know how to do it. So you click on it, and then you're going to see. Then you file. Then you load it from the cloud. Load from the cloud. If you've done it correctly, when you do the open the scan and you've copied the link will appear right in here, and then you just load it. Now the other thing to do. Oh, you've already made some of your own already. Excellent. Now save everything that you do to the cloud. Okay, so if you take any of my scans and the individual ones that you've made already, save each individual scan, anything you've done to the cloud. Okay, as well as your entire layout. Okay. For instance, I'm not using these right now. I'm not using the momentum scan, the gap scan, the Sapete combo scan, and the up down 20. I'm not using them right now. It doesn't mean I'm never going to use them again, though. So, but they're in my cloud. So, what I might do some weekend, I might take a look at one of these and say, you know what, I want to see this one again because I can run a history on it and see what sort of alerts I was getting. And so I might say, you know what, I want to bring it back and I might start to use it again. Maybe get rid of something that I've got because I don't want to overwhelm myself. Okay. So but if you save everything to the cloud that you created, then it's there. And you can always I've created many, many different scans since 2010. And so, every now and then, if I got some time on my hands on a weekend, I look at some of them and say, you know what, that looks pretty good again. So save everything to the cloud, including your layout. Another great reason to save things to the cloud, especially your layout, is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So if you went out and bought a new laptop, well, all you have to do is, you download the program and then you just file load from cloud, okay, and everything's there. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And the market is still lifting, guys. We had a little bit of a downturn here. Looked like, okay, maybe we're going to give up some, but not even close. Broke down through the VWAP, sort of held in the VWAP area, broke above the VWAP again, and then we're just continuing. Funny how we're starting to take 700 for granted. Home builders are even having a decent day, guys. Look at the home builders. This is Nail, one of the ETFs for the home builders. Nail's having a great day. Wow. Now the what I want to do is bring. I don't just click on Windows. I want to see what else. Okay, so it's sort of a new layout I'm using. Well, it's a dock layout, but I want to see the sector status. So here's our sectors, guys. So obviously, look. I mean, here's the X. So we looked at Nail here. Nail is up 20%. XHB, which is probably the major ETF for home builders, is up 6%. Silver, everything's flying except guess who's not? XLE, OIH, and dividend. Well, I call them dividend plays. Okay, wonder how what this one is doing actually overall. You can see. I mean, now that the market is ripping higher, not just today, but over the last few days, people are now starting to shy away from these utility plays because they're just not as dynamic. But people go into them when they think the market is jittery because a lot of these utility plays offer dividends. Okay, so for right now, people just want to get into the big growth stocks, and I guess I mean, that's my opinion. Okay, and then of course with energy stocks are taking a real hit today. Nice to see though the home builders leading the charge here. You're right. LZM is starting to get a little frisky here. Or LM, yeah. Oh, you had me confused. Yeah, it is LZM, right? Oh, LZM. Excuse me. And you can just see the ones in red are all energy related. You know, rig, UGP. Okay, guys. So this is from our AI. This could be interesting. I mean, look what it's doing. It's kind of coming back to the 10 level. The VWAP's at around 10. Let's see if that holds it. This had a down day yesterday. I don't know anything about this stock. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Genetic medicines. Okay. What happens if I can't remember anymore because I could give people this, okay, and this if you really wanted it. This is sort of what you're saying, but it's in a dock, and I don't know what happens. You know, especially if you're not used to. These are basically two docks, okay, two docks. So docking, you don't have to dock, okay, but I decided I'd just take a look at it again. It cleans things up. That's what it basically does. It cleans things up. But I'm going to have to separate these two. I'm going to have to make a separate doc for this and a doc for this because of what I want to see in the pre-market. No, I'm all right, Pepe. If I gave somebody this one and they loaded it, because it's a doc, it's not going to get rid of a layout that they got. It didn't seem to work like that for me like, when I was doing it. It was interesting because I was bringing back docs. I had my layout up and I was bringing back the doc, and my layout, which was not doc, disappeared. I just don't want that to happen. I didn't think it should. There was the whole idea of docking. But if there's a brave soul out there, hmm, I guess I did actually. Okay, so this would be my entire layout. Doc layout April 16th. All right. Well, if somebody wants to experiment, and I can share it. An easy way for me to share. Do we have a golden pocket scanner? I don't know what that means. Fibs. I mean, we have. I mean, we do have fibs that you can use, but I don't know anything about a golden pocket scanner. Talking to VJ Noir in our YouTube room, but if I right click on this and I type in search and I type in fibs, this is what we have for fibs. Whether that's a golden pocket scanner, I don't know. This is what we have for fibs. I don't use them, so we have the 38% buy and sell. We have okay, 38, 50, 62, and 79 buy and sell signals. I have no idea if that is going to help you in terms of a golden pocket scanner. But what the big deal was, Steve, regarding Beyond Meat, something to do with some New York beverage company, the big geyser or something like that. JAT, is it open? Oh, it is open. It is open. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So JAT is an IPO. Okay. It's an acquisition company. So I typically do not look at them. Okay. They always open around $10. So yes, it's an IPO, but it's one of these blank check companies, SPACs. So I typically do not look at them at all. It's not a typical IPO. You'll notice that most of them, virtually all of them, open at $10. What these companies are so what this company will do in the future is try to find a company that they can take public. Okay, that's what a SPAC is all about. The whole SPACs, 2018 or 19, that's when they exploded. The idea of these SPACs it was a cheaper and more and a quicker way to take some company public, some private company public, without going through a lot of, I guess we'll call it red tape. A little bit controversial, but that's what happened. So consequently, I wouldn't look at it at all today. Down the road, they'll probably say something like, "Okay, we are looking at a certain company," and if they're smart, they try to pick a company in a hot sector. So when the SPACs were coming out, I mean, when crypto was going crazy, A lot of the SPACs were trying to find any sort of a little crypto play. Anybody try to load my layout just out of curiosity? I should have labeled it. Did you load it 161? Now what happened? Did it appear like a jumbled mess? It did work? Okay. So what did you have on your screen when you loaded it? Just your layout that you had? Okay, and your layout did not disappear. I mean, that's what's supposed to happen, but when I was doing this after hours, maybe it was I was just tired. Maybe oh, I'm sorry. It did as in disappear? Is that what you meant when you say it did? See, that's not supposed to happen, right, Pepe? The whole idea of doc channel of doc is not supposed to disappear, I thought. Yeah, so guys, don't that's of course why I said why I told not suggested, but demanded that you save your layout to the cloud, okay, or at least save it. What I'm going to do, I want to save my layout because yeah, that announcement. Because what's supposed to happen is when you load something from the dock, like a dock layout that you've got or any dock window, it's not supposed to. The dock layout will close your existing layout. Okay. Why though? I mean, that's the whole idea. Here, these are layouts. These are layouts in the channel bar, and they would not make your well. I mean, of course, these are all docs, but they would not make your layout disappear. I wonder why that happens. Is that a bug? That would seem like a bit of a bug to me, Pepe. So what I could do, I mean, I have broken these two, into two separate dock windows. So let me get this straight though. Still, I mean, are you saying if I mean, this is okay. I've created something called. Are you saying any docked window though? Any dock window that I give to people will cause their layout to disappear. I mean, I've got two windows here. This is not my entire layout, but we'll treat it like Yeah, so that's a layout. That's the entire layout, but this is just an individual docked window, which Pepe is saying it shouldn't. Because what I can do is just, I got them separated into two dock windows. Okay, okay. Thank you for the final word on that. And I'm going to give this another name or something. Anyway, let's go over this sector status, okay? Just that I haven't done this for a while. So these are some of the major sectors that we are, I flashed this briefly before. So here's XHB on top here, okay? And XLE at the bottom here, okay? These are some of the sectors that we are tracking here. And then here are some of the individual sectors taken out of this. Okay, we don't have every single one, but we have 11 of them. So you can see energy. So the interesting thing here is energy. There's one positive one. For whatever reason, Schlumberger is positive, SLB. Okay. So they may get into a little more of this, like there's going to be a lot of stuff that has to be fixed, right? So this may be a little more in tune with that with SLB, but you can see now what's the worst one. Uh, I'm going to take a wild guess. APAs at the bottom. Yep. How did I know that? Well, I don't know why, but when when energy is ripping, APAs at the top. When energy is not, APAs at the bottom. You can see some massive moves down here, guys. Again, interesting. Healthcare, okay? Everything is up, but there's a little red down here. What's not up and maybe why? There's DVA. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. It doesn't appear to be an earnings play. Okay, but DVA and MCK, definitely. I will do that. Yeah, to dock windows. Yes, I'll do that. So, this is what you can do. Here's another, well, utilities, just talking about utilities. There's only one positive one, NI, for some reason. But go down. What's the worst one? EXC. So I really should do this every day because this is a way in which some of you may use trade ideas. And the only way you use trade ideas, you'll look at this every single day. You'll check out the top stock in a sector and check out the worst stock in a sector and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Okay. Now you can always adjust the price ranges. Okay. When you're in, so for instance, CME is a pretty expensive stock. Some of you may look at that and go, I don't want to trade a stock that's $285. You can make adjustments, to each one of these. And the adjustments will remain as long as you stay in the window, in the channel. But if you make, okay, for instance, I'll show you what I mean. If I make right here, configure, and I'm gonna go price $1 to $50. Just set it, okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so now CME at the bottom here is you're not going to see it anymore. Okay, but if I leave this channel, like exit out and then come back to it, that save is not, or that change is not saved. Why? That's because these channels are for everybody. The fact you might want to make a change is some of them doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. Now, what you can do though, if you make a change, let's say you wanted to follow financials, like every single day, you wanted to find financials, or maybe you pick two of them you want to follow. You look in the morning, You see what maybe a top sector is, a worse sector is, maybe you want to follow those. Well, what you can do, I made the change, and you can right click, and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. Now that it's free floating, now you can really make the change if you want. And now, because now it's yours, okay? This is going to be saved. But if you leave this channel and come back, whatever you made a change in is not going to be saved. Hopefully that makes sense. But you can take these individual ETFs, and then, on any given day, you might bring back a couple of them, incorporate them as part of your layout for the day. I profess I don't know how to do this now. How do I just pick what I want? I'll figure it out. Anyway, yeah, EFOI's coming back, guys. Look at EFOI now. Top of the list. It's not necessarily over. Now, I should have gone over this race also just briefly. Why, if I right click on open this top list window, look how small it is. The list is compared to this one. Why? That's because I have some filters in here that prevent a lot of stocks from showing up. So if I right click, configure, summary. So, some differences. I mean, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. This is why it doesn't work in the pre-market, because I've got a current volume of at least one. I want to make sure that the stock is trading at least normally 200,000 shares, up 2%. But this is what is really preventing it from having a big list. Position in the day's range. So position in the day's range at 95. If I had 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, it means it's pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for. And also, the float has to be at least 50 million, and the market cap has to be 500 million. That's why there's not as many stocks in this list as there are in this list. Now, this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long as stocks need to start meeting the filter requirements, or maybe they drop out because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. Okay. So again, you could take this list and you could take this scan and you could treat it like it's your own and make some changes to it if you want. Here's an airline, guys, Ryanair. Ryanair, how much is that up? 11%. Yeah, I read that, Ridgeback. Not so much for Ryanair, but a lot of these, airlines have about a 3 month or 3 weeks. You're saying Ryanair has a month, but a lot of these airlines, yeah, I mean, they're gonna be running short. All right, let's see. Now, this is a two-time ETF for OKLO, the stock. Okay, and so I'm sure OKLO is doing the same sort of thing in terms of coming into the VWAP. But let me make sure. The answer is yes. So it's coming into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Okay, will it hold it? Will it hold it and bounce? This is a two-time. So OKLO, the stock is still up about 8.25%, half of that. Remember, if OKLO continues to move down, let's say it moves down to 1%, it's going to move down 2%. And you understand what these are doing. Plenty of volume, plenty of, so they're very liquid, very liquid. I think you have time in your, thank you. Let me see what it looks like. So I'm going to, you are right. There it is. Okay. Were these taken from my homepage? Really? That's all you had to do. So because I made some adjustments for my homepage, of course, well, I'm going to make another change. Why don't you do it for me? I'm going to make another change. I'll do it. I'm kidding you. Unless you've got all. No, I'm kidding you. Because I want to break these up into two separate docs also. Because when I'm doing my pre-market work and I've got my pre-market uh, heat maps up or tree maps up, if I do want to click on something that's in the race, but then that tree map goes behind everything. So I'm going to separate these into two separate docs. So all you have to do is change the title. That's it? No, 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 no. Okay. That would be crazy if that's all it took. All right, guys, it's now 11 and 19. So Oh, and just change the name right there. Just change the name and save it. All right. Well, that seems easy enough. You do the same thing over here and just change. Oops, here, change the name and save it. So don't click entire layout. Well, I changed the title. Okay, change the title. Okay, then I change it. And then once I change the title, then when I right click, save or share, I'll have the different title here and save it. All right, I'll do it. Thank you, Pepe. I haven't used Docs for I don't know how long now, a couple of years. The reason why I thought of doing it is just because when people ask me for my layout, you know, I thought, okay, have a nice tight looking thing for a layout, easy to give, maybe even, well, I'm going to separate these two. I'm definitely going to create another doc. Guys, MGTX, last time I looked at it, it was trying to hold the VWAP. Okay. This might have, I mean, this might have a late day run. Okay. I mean, it's not 74 million in the float. So it's not like a low floater, but it's been holding the at 10 level. It's over, of course, yesterday's high. But when you look left, it's got a lot of room. 1184 is the next high. So I'm going to do it right now. Change the title. And why I start everything with doc, guys. If you're going to doc, let's just say I'll just call it doc races. Actually, I should. Okay. Thanks a lot, as always. On my trading room, maybe you should make a mark star which one you have up almost always in the room. Don't understand the question. Don't quite understand the question. You're talking about, I'm not sure I understand the question, Magnus. Is this what you mean? I don't know if I can do that. I think I know what you mean, but I'm not sure we're capable of doing that. So you're talking about my scans, and so these are the ones I have up. I don't have these ones up as an example. I don't have them. Well, I have. Well, I mean, these are all up. Now, you see what you don't see on my other monitor, and I don't want to overwhelm it. I don't want to put everything on one monitor. It'd be overwhelming. But I've got a spy chart, as an example. I have a spy chart. Okay, I've got which I will never display all the time. I've got brokers. I've got the AI or AI. Okay, so I don't have. I mean, my earnings plays up. I have on another monitor. Okay, I just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing. With so much information. It's already probably a little. I don't know if it's really overload. These are two races. I think that they're. It keeps it a little bit interesting. The crawl, I think, keeps it a little bit interesting. This is more information. I mean, technically it's a scan, for halts and resumes, but it's a little. I call this more information. So it's really just these three, which is feeding you information all day. Really, RBC. Okay, man. Let's say take a look at what you're looking at. Yeah, you're right. You're right. MGTC or MGTX has been upgraded by RBC, World Bank in Canada, 16 to 24. Okay. Okay. So now, okay, now I can confidently give my layout away if you guys want it, and it won't destroy your layout. But I don't know what it looks like though I don't know how, like for instance, if I give you the layout, well, 161, you can tell me. Um, does it fill up the entire, like, how does it look? Does it fill up your entire monitor when, for instance, you take this and it's going to fill up your monitor? Then when you load this, you'll of course have to reduce the first one to allow the second one in. So now you can, so now if I can give you this one, okay, so I can share that. These are the charts, okay? This is this one over here. So my guess is that when you load this, it's going to take up your entire monitor, which is okay because then if you load the next one, then you just shrink it, maybe make it half size because this is basically virtually half my monitor, each one of them. Then you just have to size it and then you save it. All right, guys, 11:29. So I think I got a little message from me, Andy. Yeah, it's Andy. So Andy's going to take over for me in about half an hour in our YouTube room, guys. So we'll be taking a break in about half an hour. Okay, I'm just looking. I'm not seeing anything that I'm that interested in right now. CRML has been it's been a bit of a challenge. I mean, look what it did again. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the MGPX as I load CRMTL. Oh, it's not. There's Xanadu, guys. I want to see what Xanadu is doing today. This has been, this was from my AI yesterday. At the beginning of the day, it was a negative. It was not good. But then we had the reentry, and it was awesome. Market is still holding tough, guys. Yeah, we haven't had a big pullback ever since this one right here. So market is still holding tough. So this is what I wanted to say. Yeah. So the CRML. So it's been pretty choppy ever since it got over 13. I mean, it's made some nice moves over 13, but then back down to 1264. Now, did you? So I'm not sure what you're showing me here, 161. I mean, I see my charts, but on the left-hand side, is that something you've added? So over here, I see my charts are here, but this is something you've done on your own here. So that's that's kind of your layout. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So basically, you took my charts. Now, granted, you don't necessarily have to have my time frames at all, and well, you obviously know your way around the program if you're able to do that. So you created a doc. You added those scans to a doc like yours. So you obviously know your way around the program. Good for you. So the left side, well, I okay, the left side is here. Doc races April. So the left side, load from cloud. Doc races share. Okay. So that's the left side. That's this. You too, Ozzy. Have a great weekend. See you Monday. Markets are closed on Monday, right? As a holiday. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wanted you to do a spit take on me, William. I'm kidding. No, you hate. I know you hate. So this is your new thing, okay? Three exclamation mark on when you get a 3 to 1 or anything to one. I like it. So you made a 3 to 1 on Fig. Obviously on the bounce. You know, I might be inclined to take this one if it gets up to the high of the day. Okay, there's something about it I don't like. It's a little too choppy. It has not been smooth, MGTX. But if later on in the day it gets back up to that high up here, um, I might like to take it. It's got a lot of room still. I mean, we're only talking, less than 10 cents to get to that high. And then the high up here is 11.84. And plus with RBC saying, you know what, we think this should be a $24. They up their price target from 16 to 24. So that's helping the stock, I'm assuming. I don't see any other news on it. So what it did was, okay, so the reason why it's sunk yesterday is because they did a $100 million financing. They raised a lot of money. That's why it sunk yesterday. So this is interesting. So they're buying. Why they raised the money is because they want to acquire some to market a gene therapy known as Botavec, which is buying from Johnson and Johnson. So Johnson J&J pittance to them. They get 25 million upfront, but so that was the reason to raise the money. Okay, so that sunk the stock yesterday. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm now back. All right. Time is it now? 11:43. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my 1 hour break between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Andy Lindlock will take over from me in our YouTube room. Andy from Trade Ideas. If you're looking for more swing trading ideas, you should head over and listen to Andy. He is way more, well, it doesn't take much to be more of a swing trader than I am because I'm a zero swing trader. All right. Well, glad it worked for you, 161. You can change the time frames, make any changes you want, of course. Whoa, NPT really had a pop here because when I saw NPT, it was halted, but it got halted on the way down, and it got down to wow, down to 3 or something, and now look at this move for NPT. Exxon Holding, supply chain management services in East China. Too late now, but I sort of discounted that because at the beginning of the day, I think it was NPT. Yeah, I mean, it got halted on the way down at 9:39. Well, now it's through the VWAP. It's just too extended for me now, but it's through the VWAP. We're at the VWAP. Not available for short sale. No, not that they're going to try to find stock. No, they're not going to try to even find it. It's just not available. Wow. How does DFNS look? Okay, let's take a look. I haven't seen DFNS today, but let's take a look at it. So yeah, this is another one. I don't typically. I mean, how does it look? Well, I mean, it's up 23%. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Pretty big float, for a stock under $1. Uh, I don't trade stocks under $1, but is this really true? No. You see, this is not a big gap down, really. This stopped trading as EFNS that week in that's 2023, and then in 2026, the company decided to take this one or take the symbol, I guess. But I mean, it's not really what I would call a great looking. I mean, if it gets over $1, maybe. But I'm not. If you had seen this one earlier and it held a VWAP, not bad as a VWAP play, I guess. You are right. No shorts available for me either, William, for INFQ. And it's not a low float stock. Yeah, it's strange that it's not available. Maybe, I mean, it's a relatively new IPO, I guess, but that still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Well, I was going to explain why I name if you do get into docking, why, you can, what I like to do is start everything by doc because if I want to file, load from cloud, and I can just type doc and I can see all the doc. I mean, I created a lot of them, when I got into docking, there's no question. Some of them yeah, I guess they're still around, but that's why. So I would, have doc so I could do a quick search to find my docked windows and charts and or layouts and different windows. EFOI guys. Okay, EFOI now again over 8. I mean, this could have what did it get up to? Got up to 987. I mean, it's anything is possible. But I mean, if it took out 987 later on, it gets into the 10 level, it could have a late day run. Of course, it's all about the float. It's 4.8 million in the float. 3,200 times normal volume today up to this time of day, 11:49 a.m. Eastern time. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Excuse me. Okay, I am back, guys, again. So the EFOI is lifting. I don't think I can do it now. I'm going to take my break. There's no way in the world I could hold this through my break. I'm going to be off my, not necessarily at my desk. So I don't think I can take this one, but it certainly, I mean, if you look at a 5-minute chart, you can see that it gets over 1134, a couple of highs right there and here. Then the next, man, I mean, it's got room to $9 on a 5-minute chart. I would be off my rocker to do it. Okay, thank you. So let you know, William, and I'm still doing the POC stuff. Okay, I just haven't. The POC for it is 806. So this is an ugly looking chart now, guys. The MGTX, very ugly looking on a 2 minute. Not nice on a 5, but very ugly on a 2 minute now. Now, who asked that question about share? I mean, look, it's moving. So listen, if you like it, don't let me stop you. Okay, and it is moving. The DFNS. Okay, guys, 11:54. So what I have to do now is put in the YouTube link so you guys can head over and listen to Andy if you want. Again, if you're more into swing trading, he is way more of a swing trader than now. He loves to find stocks that are maybe bottom fishing type stocks also. So it's not just about large caps. So you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. I'll give you a moment as I get the YouTube link in. And then I'll put my announcement. I'm going to try to find one interesting one for the afternoon. I'm looking for one. Oh, okay. How about Arrow here, guys? I'm not going to do it right now, of course, but Arrow. This is okay. Mexican airliner, Grupo Aeromexico. So this one is the next high looking left on a monthly chart is around 19. On the weekly chart is about 19. So there is some room. The volume is now this all got jumbled up. We have to load it again. Okay, so the float is 108 million, so it's on a low float. Just over the whole number. Edwin, I am fine, but I'm going to be leaving you soon. Edwin, carry on. Okay. Andy's going to take over for me. If you have a quick question, I'll help. But I'm leaving in about 3 minutes, just for an hour. But Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me. But if you do have a quick question. Just a word on that, though, Edward. No, you don't I think people get the wrong idea. You don't have to wait till noon to ask questions. This room is open from I'm on the mic between 9 and then noon, and then from 1 to say 2:30. You can ask me questions also. It's not just you don't have to wait till 12 when one of the other traders takes over. Duot, D-U-O-T. So this is from our another ugly looking 2-minute chart, guys. Just too spotty. Hmm. Not seeing anything that I really love. Even these large cap stocks, you would think that to be a little less choppy with the SPY being what it's doing. But take a look at CarMax here. KMX had earnings a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. Hammer down on earnings. Well, was that a little pop? I think I heard a little pop, guys. So I think Andy might. Andy, are you there?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys. Andy is now in our YouTube room right now, so I'll mute myself now in the main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Andy, you surprised me. You're about a minute early.
Hey, I'm always about a minute early, man.
Okay. How's it going with you today? Are you like I talked to Steve yesterday, and he's just
Yep.
sort of having a great time now.
Yes. Yeah. Same here. Same here. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been the last couple of weeks have been really fun. So,
Yeah.
no complaints here. Let's see how long it can last. I'm sure we're about to get the nasty pullback at some point, but that's all right. Enjoy it while it lasts, Barry.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Exactly. Now, are we
Yep.
going to take 700 for granted now? Or is this
Oh,
sort of the new norm?
I don't know, man.
Man,
I don't know,
I
but
mean,
go ahead. There we go. Trying to get this drink open. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
well, what I was going to say is that 700. I mean, it seemed to be elusive for so long, and now that we're there, and now we're
Yep.
at what 710. Again, will we take it for granted?
Mm,
But it
yeah.
still looks pretty amazing to me to see 700 on the SPY. It just seems very amazing.
Yes. Yeah. It's crazy, man. It is. It is. Especially what we've done in 2 weeks. But you know what, Barry? If you go back to the last several years, this is the way our rallies have been.
Hmm.
We sell off to a level where people get really nervous and staring into the abyss, and then next thing you know. Uh,
Hmm.
that's why I was telling you last week that I don't want to get out of my positions just because of fear of what may be happening. Because
Right.
you you snooze, you lose.
Yeah, but
But
you're right though. One comment from somebody somewhere,
oh yeah.
you just could tank this thing for a while again. But
Hmm.
anyway, I
Well,
will
I
let
tell
you
you what was
go.
tipping me
Go.
off that early was the semis. I mean, when you see the semis doing,
Yeah.
the Marvels, the Intels, I'm going like,
Yep.
yeah, this economy must still be pretty good. So,
Hmm. Yeah, you're
uh,
right. Wouldn't want to have any oil plays overnight though.
well,
After
that's
last.
just it. That's why I seldom will call an oil play in my morning video that I do,
Hmm.
the Trader Eye, just because I'm really well. There's one from yesterday that's doing pretty well from the eye, trying to get through resistance. But anyway, Barry, go enjoy
Yeah,
your
yeah.
hour, man.
I will. Thank you. I'll see you in
Uh
about
huh.
an hour.
Take care. All right, guys. This is the webinar, and let me pull up the YouTube page real quick, the chat, and so we can get started here. Pop that bad boy out so I can see your questions and comments. And once again, yeah, this is a support webinar. If you do have any questions, guys, just drop it in the YouTube chat. I'll do my best to answer it. And uh, if not, I have Peppy probably on deck, maybe. But boy, until that point, until we have maybe some questions, let's talk markets. Let's talk stocks. I'll definitely go over, my positions that I've taken recently and the logic behind it, and then we'll yeah, if you have any stocks you want to take a look at, maybe you have a stock that's maybe setting up for a move, and we can definitely you know talk about that as well. Or any if you just have stocks that are in question or charts you want me to look at, we could do that. But while we're waiting, I mean, there's nothing really technical to look at because we're back at all-time highs, so that means there's no resistance above. Yeah, yeah, there's just nothing really, technical. We can talk about what may happen on a pullback and things like that, but let's enjoy it while it lasts. The Bitcoin stocks. the Bitcoin, IBIT, I've been in for a while. Boy, that tell you that thing's been frustrating. I've been in it in and out for a while, but I've had a position during most of this trend, and hopefully we're getting out of this, and we're not going to see another drive down back into the year range. If you're Bitcoin bullish, that's the only thing you don't want to see is it to fall. You like some of these highs to kind of hold and not come right back into the range. Hey, Peppy, how are you, buddy? Trader 77. Yeah, how about that ABCT? I took some off, and boy, I was tempted to buy it back, at 30, but I'm gonna hold off. It's up, almost 20%. So, but that one, coin, I've been in for a while, uh, and I almost bought some more back there when it pulled back. But yeah, looking to try to break out there. And coin Riot, I was able to pick up yesterday. On this drive down, I started buying it. Now my entries showing higher level because I added to it, but took some profits, and then and then at the open it pulled back, added more. So I do that a lot of times. But and it seemed like there's one other too down there. Uh what, I guess coin, Riot, ABTC, and that's it, Nibit. Sims finally, guys, I've been talking about this forever. Is finally making a move now. I'm gonna show you guys every good trader has weaknesses, right? And mine is I tell myself, I'm not going to sell any. I'm not going to sell any. Well, this one, uh, once it broke out of this range and it got up to this pretty significant resistance level, and I pounded out a half, and I do that all the time. Same way with the semis. I made some really good money on them, but I should be holding a lot more, and that's my weakness. I mean, I'm great. Entries are really, really good, but uh, I guess from being a day trader is where it comes from. I have a tendency to sell. It's okay to sell a little. You want to ring the bell a little bit, but I have a sometimes give away more than I should. You're a long Oklo and CRML. CRML. I know what Oklo looks like. It's had a nice move. Yeah, that's a nice move today. Nice volume on that one. What did that? Forgot about that Jenny. I forgot to look at that. Is it Jimmy? Yeah. Hmm. This really hasn't done anything. This may be one to watch. It is a Bitcoin stock, and it's right at that psychological $5 level. And I may want to give that one a shot. Something tells you, it's like, okay, why is it not moving? But at the same time, that's a decent looking chart. Okay, you got two moving averages right below it. I mean, you could basically buy this thing, give yourself about 40 cents to the downside. Uh, Looks like it had earnings back on this date. Did okay for a couple of days after earnings. I'm gonna have it loaded anyway. Not going to do anything yet, but if it pops back up, let's say around that 405 level, I may have to give that a shot. This PDYN kind of frustrating me. It still may go, but I had to sell some of it. You bought it, Steve? Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about it here. Especially if Bitcoin continues strong, and I expect it to. Let's pull it back up here. Yeah, I bought some of that. Not much, just a starter. When typically, yeah, I don't like buying in no man's land like this, and if I do on an anticipatory trade, I usually take about 1/3 position. Riot is continuing. There's really nothing until this resistance level on that riot. Zebra been in for a while. That one's one you kind of just have to just let it ebb and flow because it's a very low float. Yeah, I should have picked up a little more coin down there, but I don't like. I don't want to buy too much with market at these levels, especially when you got good positions with good entries. Nibis is finally giving back a little bit today, huh? Maybe one you set on alert for. It pulls back to that 10 period moving average. I was in PLTR, but I sold it. I took my profits yesterday. I had a decent position in it, and it got up to these moving averages. I was just trying to thin out, man. I looked yesterday, and I had like 17 positions. I'm going like, man, if we get a nasty pullback, I'm not gonna be able to manage it all. Tesla was the number one pick on the eye today for a go, pause, go. That's kind of what you want to see if you're bullish, right? You had a nice volume bar. See how this dwarfed all the previous volume bars, and then you had an inside day. It's a just a perfect go pause. The little hammer there, and then it took out that 2 day high. Actually added a little bit. Trying to see what else it's on here that I haven't talked about. This DXEXYZ. I'm sure Steve probably touched on it yesterday. It's a nice little chart here, pulled back to that 10 period moving average, but just can't get anything going. May have to wait till the IPO launch, see how SpaceX trades. Does anybody know when when that's coming out? Yeah, ons. I don't know what these ons, and RCAT was strong yesterday, and then there's just not a whole lot of love in this sector recently. Just can't get going. That PDYN is kind of trades with that sector because they have some military contracts, but they're also into the kind of AI software for robotics and things like that. But uh, boy, since I don't know if what this news was. I don't know if it was earnings or no, probably not earnings. I'm not sure what that was, but just can't get anything going. It's kind of trading with that sector today. I noticed. Yeah, I won't. Yeah, I won't stay much long. Probably not very long in this Jimmy. It's Sats. I made some decent money on it yesterday, but I did not like the way it traded. I was in it, and that was a call. I should have. I get frustrated sometimes, and I sell them when they close like that, and I shouldn't do that anymore because just follow the dots on the daily pattern, the closing dots, closing price. All right, it's time to sit down. I'm standing up for a while. And I'll probably just have to take these. It's breaking. It's not holding. What's that high going back over there? That high was 92, so it's definitely below that. Now it's trying to bleed below the 50 at 680 here. So may just have to take my profits and move on. See if there's any news on Jimmy. Nothing but lawsuit news. What's Mara doing today? It had a big day yesterday, and not bad today either. What's the AI doing today? Stocks did it pick today? Eric, man, Eric was it had earnings, huh? Didn't fare too well. Yeah, should have too much short today. AI. Okay, PDYN. Digging in, trying to hold on to that 80 level. And Bitcoin back to highs. Now, Bitcoin's a lot higher than where coin was trading over here. At least IBIT is, I'm pretty sure then. So this is where Bitcoin. So I think, yeah, this coin might just be getting started. Let's see what the highs are. 213.47, 213.50. Old path, man. Just can't. What's wrong with some of these ARC stocks, man? They just cannot do anything. Path, Asan, RBLX. You just some of them are just stuck in the mud. Big boys, Tesla's leading the charge, up 4.64%. Shop. Apple's doing pretty good. I don't think that's. I need to take that off. Right, it's trying to make it to that resistance. I got pull this over. I actually got that bad boy in 2 accounts. These laggers, when they're lagging this late in the day, they seldom work. But if the chart didn't look decent, I was no way I would probably take that. But at least it's above its moving averages. Who knows? Maybe something will spark it. It's funny. My wife's account, the one I just mentioned, that it's a IRA that I trade. Much more active in it. I get in and out. I do my swing scalping. That Steve and I used to do for uh, concept that we created for our little business called the Day Trader that we had. And anyway, that account is crushing me because what happened is because I was that way, I keep them tight. I get a couple of days of profits, I bang them out, move on to the next one, and that counts up like 45% on the year. And uh, it's just amazing that, yeah, because what happens is during that downturn in the queues where I was being stupid and trying too much and got in a hole, had a pretty big drawdown. I've since made it back, but uh, so yeah, it begs the question, man. I'm gonna if I should invest in sitting. And now there's times when you sit, like I'm sitting in some stuff in her account as well. She's in this ZBRA with me. Uh, had her in Sim, but I just sold that yesterday, I believe. Well, I'm kicking myself, but she had some nice gains, so just move on to the next one. But I think a lot of people, if a lot of day traders should probably, do a style like that where it's called swing scalping, where you just you look for these setups and you get a move, kind of like I did in hers today in Riot. Now I bought Riot in mine yesterday on this downdraft, so I got a much better price. Today I bought hers around 1745, and what I'll do with hers probably is, you know, s- if it gets up to the resistance level, I may bang out, you know, 2/3 of it, hold on to a little one, and just if that fails at all, come Monday, or if it starts to fail today, I'll bang out of hers, real quick. And uh I take a bigger percentage in hers. So where my account I may be in I don't know, a 10%, 15% position. Hers is probably more like a, because I like the setup so much that I get aggressive and probably 25%. So it's a bigger size relative to her account, and then I bang it out, but pretty quickly. Like I would never have hers in this many account. Hers typically four, five stocks at the most. I probably should start trading that way in mine. Now the Q's trying to go to highs. PDYN kind of hanging out. What? Take a look at some of these. Ugly. I sold my owns this morning early. I saw it wasn't going to work. What's the UMAC doing? Now UMAC's dancing off the 50 here. What's the short interest in this Jimmy? It's not showing. Only 36 million in the float though. Well, what you think it's things are about to calm down, but the cues are just about to go to highs here. It's crazy. Neo, what's K Web doing today? Geez, oil. This DXYZ is looking good. It's looking good on the 15-minute time frame and looking good on the daily time frame. So, like to see this thing. 13 million in the float, 21% short. So the one day ago on this Jimmy lawsuit alleges company allegedly misled institutional holders. Jimmy investors faces losses following company alleged misled institutional holders. Let's see, 2 days ago. I see a week ago. Let's see, Gemini, Morgan Stanley lowered its price target from 13 to $6. All that stuff doesn't mean it can't go. It just means there's probably some legal headwinds. Man, I really thought I had a good one in this PTYN today, but yeah, it's gonna crawl back under the rock from whence it came. It looks like. Whatever happened to FLNC? Occasionally pull that up, but boy, it's that was a high flyer back. But boy, since that last earnings report, it's just been a dog. Yeah, how about that array? I remember that was a hot one, and yeah, it's institutional investors. They make a bad trade, they want to sue. Sorry, guys, just making a couple of trades over here. Yeah, just took some of that riot off. Got to remind myself that to bang some out. I had quite a bit, so not gonna get greedy. Tesla's at its 10 period moving average. alertness in case it gets anywhere up there near highs. If we can take out that 2-day high there, 3-day high. Maybe TC's back above its 10-period moving average. That's strongest I've seen that in a long time. Nice volume too, 4% relative volume. Yeah, that riot needs to hang on to this 10-period moving average now. I'd feel a lot more confident if it was through that, that level, that high going back 4 days ago. But it's kind of in no man's land until it breaks that through that. So just took a little off. I don't know if I'm going to hold any Tesla into earnings. I probably will. If I have some nice, well, I already have some nice profits, but boy, if we get a move going into earnings next week. What day is that on? 22nd, so Wednesday after the close. So I got plenty of time. Another solid 3 days of trading. Where might it go? Let's take a look. I mean, kind of, through this level. I mean, you're talking maybe looking, let's say 415. Let's say it gets up to the 420 level. I can see it doing that going into earnings. Possibly. Okay, Bitcoin is getting a little bit droopy here. It's back on its 10-period moving average. Not looking to do anything with ABTC. Not looking to do anything with coin, except maybe add on a pullback. Riot's kind of the one I may end up scalping because we did have some pretty serious selling the last 2 days. I don't know what that was all about when Bitcoin stocks were basically holding up pretty well. So it's always in the back of my mind. It's everything's getting a little bit tired. It feels like you got Apple there, you got Microsoft, you got Tesla that's actually trying to hang on. There's a Gemini. Yeah, I'm probably not going to stick around. I see no reason. Just stick you an alert up there if it breaks out of that range around the 425 level. And yeah, PDYN, I'm not giving up on you. Jim, I'm about to give up on you though. It says CRCL, but that's having a good day. I didn't even looked. No, it's not either. I did sell some more Riot at 08. I mean, you're kind of looking at my style. I mean, I get a night. I get some decent size, like in the setup, and I get a decent move, and I bang out a good chunk of it with still some left. Uh, I actually sold like 2/3 of my wife's up there at I think 30, 34, something like that. Yeah, good chance it catches here and goes back to highs, but that's fine. I still have some. But seeing Bitcoin get a little tired, seeing coin, I just thought it was a good time to maybe take some off. But ABTC, man, it's not getting tired.
As opposed to you.
Yeah. Oh no, lots of energy here, Barry.
Lots of energy.
That's
You know
right.
what? But with your little Texas drawl, it's hard
Yeah.
to know, Andy. It's just hard to know. Like when I don't know what you would sound like when you're excited. You know what I mean?
Oh, it gets worse. Yeah.
Oh, it gets worse. Oh my goodness, that's funny.
Oh,
Yeah, so I
but
heard you talking a few stocks. I'm actually I'm going to short Siri now. Hopefully, I didn't activate any Apple devices, but yeah, I'm looking at shorting
let me
Siri
see.
up here. SIRI. It just had a
Oh,
big spike.
boy, man.
Yeah,
Well, you
out
got
of
resistance
nowhere.
above too, I see.
Yeah, so I thought, you know what?
A little
Yeah,
bit,
it
yeah.
could be just that. It'll be like what I would call a scalp short. I don't expect
Uh-huh.
a massive move or anything, but
Wow, what got into
no,
Siri? Man, I haven't
yeah,
seen it move like
exactly.
that in a long time. Yeah.
Exactly, like just a big, well, it's the volume burst, yeah, like 150,000. I mean, it's a big float. I
Right.
remember when Siri used to have several billion in
Oh
the float.
yeah, yeah. It had like 6 billion or something like that. It was
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly. So they've done reverse splits, believe it or not, to get
Yes.
it only down to 326 million.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just been, pretty stagnant for years, man.
Yeah, I have Siri. I'm one of the Sirius XM.
Yeah.
I've probably one of the longest term subscribers for them. And I've had it for years and years and years. And I like it for the talk for not
Sure.
so much the music. You can get music anywhere,
Right.
but I like it for the well,
Talk
I have to
radio.
admit, yeah, talk radio. Mad
Yep.
Dog Sports.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've tinkered with the idea of getting it just for sports. I like
Hmm.
like to hear some of that stuff.
Yeah,
But I got a
yeah,
decent radio station here in Dallas that keeps me entertained while I work out.
yeah. No, I do the same thing. Yeah, I
Yeah,
put it on. Well, it blogs. I mean, podcasts now. I mean, it's just it's staggering how much. Like I'm a Seahawk guy, of course. So many Seahawk podcasts,
oh, I
and
can imagine.
I just
Yeah.
listen to them all. When I do my workout at
Uh-huh.
lunchtime, I just grab one of them and let's
Yeah.
talk Seahawks. So why not?
There you go, man.
There you go.
There you go.
So
Well,
anyway, on that
we'll have
note,
we'll have the draft coming up, when next week?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly,
That's always
exactly.
fun.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and you're I can't remember. Are you a Cowboy
I'm a
fan
Cowboy fan.
or you
Yeah,
are a Cowboy fan?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
could have been a
but
Texan fan. You could have
I
been.
yeah, I could have been, but, well, either one of them been kinda misery lately,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I had my heyday with the Cowboys, but boy, they haven't done anything in 30 years.
yeah. Other than make money, other than make money.
Well, they do make that. Yeah, Jerry
Oh
knows how to
man,
make money, yeah.
yeah, that's one
Uh,
thing. All right, my
all right.
friend. Well, I'll let you
Yes,
go. Have a great
you
weekend,
too,
and
Barry.
we'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one, buddy. Bye, everybody. Have a
Okay.
great weekend.
Just gonna wait for Andy to leave. There we go. Got my stage back in both rooms. And one last thing to do, always get my music going. So yeah, guys, I'm looking to short Siri up here. Again, I hope I didn't, I said to Andy, hope I didn't activate a lot of Apple devices, but yeah, Siri had this big pop here, got it from the upside movers. And oh, looks like it's, and I told Andy that this is probably just going to be more like a scalp short. This is the kind of the unique thing about this scan here, guys. In the afternoon, when we're getting alerts, we seem to see stocks with big volume pops. Oh, nice. Now, this is. I mean, you never know. I mean, it may go all the way back down to the where it popped from, which is about 25.70. So let's take a look at Warby. See if we have the same sort of volume pop. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look, guys, look at the volume pop here. This is a great little scan in the afternoon. I find that we get, because what happens is these stocks tend to just kind of rest, 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 rest. We get an alert here. Usually it's accompanied with a big volume pop. Now, when I say big volume pop, I mean it's only 27,000 shares. But what I'm looking at are the bars. These bars are really standing out, of course, which was the same thing with this series. I tend to pay more attention to this upside versus downside movers in the afternoon than in the morning. Let's take a look at SHMP. No, it had one back here, okay, but you can kind of see the volume is picking up. So I did cover some of the series, guys. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a big. I don't think it's going to be a big mover. But it got down to 73, 74. I saw this one earlier in the day, and it's just kind of a sleeper, isn't it? Like this SHNV. Ah, too bad, William. Look at the INFQ. This looks like it really wants to start breaking down a bit, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is really strange. With that float, the only thing I can think of is just it's a, Well, it's fairly new, but it's been 2.5 months. Well, not necessarily. It depends on the day, but still, I find that with interactive brokers, within about 3 or 4 days, especially if it's a fairly expensive IPO, usually they have shorts available. But was it really? The only reason I wonder about that, William, because it's only been out for 2.5 months. Really? Okay. Citron calls it the most obvious mispricing in quantum stocks right now is okay. There it is. Yeah, there it is. INFQ. But it called it undervalued. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Called it undervalued compared to Rigetti. Yeah, so they don't often go long, but every now and then they do. So they're calling it undervalued compared to Rigetti. Talking about Nvidia selecting them twice. I'm not sure for what, but they selected them for twice for something. Recently selected inflection for multiple roles. Well, interesting. I mean, the market is, I mean, it's still, yeah, well, that's why, I guess that's why the market is popped for it today, notwithstanding the fact that it would have been nice to short it at some time. But yeah, that's better. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just testing something here. Okay, that worked. Okay, give me a moment. Yeah, so adding one dock, Pepe, is caused, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. It's gone from the bright green to just a slightly yellow. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I might be gone for 5 minutes or so. Just give me a moment. Putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, what I'm going to do then with the INFQ is I will make sure it's thumbnailed at any rate, so I can track it next week and just see what's happening with it. Who are you talking about, VD Noir? Did I get a? You're not talking to me, are you? Did you get a call from Margin? A margin call? You're not talking to me, I'm assuming. Perfect. All right, Siri. Maybe if you get me into the 60s, I will consider that a nice little win. Again, Siri, it started that little move from about 25, yeah, 25.68. So let's see if we get it. Now, this is on the downside. Let me see if our cat has got a big down. Yeah, I mean, look at our cat. Okay, well, maybe they get to slap right now. Okay, that's my goal, Grumpy. Spy. Well, maybe the spy is having. There is the VWAP right there. I'm going to put a price alert right there. So our cat, the next low looking left looks like it's right there. The next low looking left is 1283, so it's almost there. If it takes that out, guys, look at our cat. If it really, for whatever reason, it is starting to move down. Now it's a drone play. So now that the war is over, I'm kidding, of course, but these defense stocks are starting to sell off a little bit. But 1236 is the next low looking left if it can take out the 1284. See, this one did not have a volume pop. ICG. Interesting. Whereas these do. This is NKTX is having a volume pop. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am promise I'm back again for a while. Yeah, look at our cat, guys. This is just continuing down. And so it did take out that low there. Well, not quite. I mean, it's 1283 is the low. We're at 1282 right now. And again, the next low is around 1230. So I mean, if it wants to really continue down, yeah, it has room underneath. I'm done with the Siri. Now the SPY, okay, I put a price alert. Okay, you got your wish, William. I put a price alert on the SPY at 7 at the VWAP. So now we're getting a bit of a red bar. See if we've got any little piece of news coming out. What is Arcad? It's a drone play. It's a drone manufacturer, I think, or it's in the drone sector. Yeah, drone industry. Okay. Hmm. Have have we made a No, I don't think it's got anything to do with drones around Coors Stadium. I mean, I have no idea, but no, I think it's just to do with, people start thinking that the war may be subsiding, whatever they want to think. Well, the drone manufacturers, of course, they're a big part of it. So, um, have we had a change to our price alerts window? Have you guys noticed any bit of a change in terms of the reason I asked that is that I had a price alert when the I've always want we've I think this has been asked before, but I don't think so. What happened is I had a price alert for this and it went on the way down, but it also triggered when it went up and it's the same price. I mean, we've had that question for a long time, or well, question, feature request, if you will. I know a lot of a lot of price alert programs. What they'll do is you'll have your price alert, and it'll trigger every time it goes up or down it without having to redo it. I did not redo this one. I'm sure I did not redo this one. I put a price alert here when at the VWAP. I don't know. Maybe I must have accidentally moved it. That would be nice. Hmm. Well, now we've got room. The problem is, of course, it's a little extended, with the RCAD. It's a little extended. Certainly enough room, though. I mean, 1239. Just have a tough time taking it right now because to me, it just looks a little bit extended. Maybe if it pops back up to the high right there, which was 1281. Maybe if we could just pop up a little bit, stall, and then move back down again. Well, guys, we're starting to get some. Remember now, anything in red means it's making a new low for the day. So there's a Lucid, which I think is. Oh, look at this! Look at Lucid. And I bet you UMAC is going to look something the same. Yeah, I mean, volume coming in. You know, every time Lucid bounces, we should just short it. This is an all-time low again. Okay, I mean, it's right there. I guess is the all-time low. Just short it. It's I don't mean short it now. I think Lucid had a. I mean, it's only down 30 cents, but I think it had a pop in the pre-market, and it along with Rivian. But you know, Lucid, an all-time low right now. There's GME making a. What is it doing? Look at GME now. Look at the volume. So maybe you look at these, and these are also the flip side with Siri moving higher on volume and then stalling. These things could be stalling on the way down also, though, with the volume that's coming in. Maybe looking for minor bounce plays. All right, guys. Well, one last look at my homepage before we take off for the week. I'll be 1:30 now. I'll probably be taking off at about, well, it depends on questions. And if you have questions for me, I'll always stay later. But I'll start to think about leaving around 2. William, did you say 3:30 today or not? 3:30 works? Okay, so William is going to keep the room open even after I leave till about 3:30. My screen will still be displayed. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And you can save 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard plan or our premium plan. Wow, look at our cat. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It really helps to keep these rooms, plural, rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and I also moderate, for those of you on YouTube, I moderate the trading room. Trading room is a lot more action within the trading room, more interaction amongst traders. It's free. It is free. And if you're looking to come into a room where there are traders during the pre-market, this is the room. Okay, it opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for opening it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So Obi's in the Boston area, so 6:45 for him is nothing. Thank you, Faith. Plus, when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. William tends to keep the room open after I leave, and today he's going to keep it open to 3:30. So again, even when I leave, I'm going to have my layout still displayed, so you can see the races, you can see this scroll. Education. Nope. Before I do that, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So you scroll down a little bit more. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And the education section. So if you're deciding to take out a subscription, before you do, you should learn a little bit about what the program can do. So You click on the education section and then scroll down, getting started with trade ideas. Now, if you've already taken out a subscription, first thing you must do, okay, 12 short videos. And if you haven't taken out a subscription, but you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a clear idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You know, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics, if you're new to trading, a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading, okay? And last, if you are looking for my information, you can see here they are. Click on the scan section. So here's the large cap gainers is here. This is just biggest gainers, more of a volatile race is over here. The aforementioned movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside is here. These are all real-time alerts, okay? Just a different way of presenting the data. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you like. I may bring back one of them next week. I don't know which one, or none. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. You don't have to wait for the 12 to 1 time period in order to ask questions. I'll do my best. If you ask a question, I will do my best to answer it. The only question I really can't answer, well, if it's, I think there was a question about the money machine. Yeah, money machine questions are sort of off limits for me because I don't have it up and running. I don't use it, but I don't know, Andy, I don't know what experience Andy has with it because I know there was a question about it in the during his YouTube hour. And if it's an accounting question, I certainly can't answer it. I have no access to your account, but I can send you to the people who do. Okay, I give you an email address and show you how you can contact them. That's about it. What a week. Do you get AI alerts on Premium Berry? Yes, Stevie. Yes. That's the main reason. That's the main reason that people take our premium service because they want to have access to the AI. Okay. Sorry, I missed that. I missed your question. 132. Hopefully you haven't gone. Yeah, so I should go over this every day, you know. The reentry, okay, the reentry. Now I don't know. I'm looking at this for the first time. I mean the reentries. I have no idea how well, if any of them have worked. Okay, but this is the theory behind it. So first of all, if you have our AI or have our premium service, this, in my opinion, is the only window to look at. Okay, this is giving you. This will show you the AI alerts for the day, and to load this window called the strategy. Well, you click on New from the toolbar, and up here or down here. Now, don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version of the product, so I get all this stuff that I've never looked at. But Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, you want to select that one, the middle one between the Premium AI, okay? The Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. When you load this, it'll look something like this. Okay, you may have different column headers and all, but it should look something like this. Now, if you're doing this for the first time and you have never listened to me talk about this, more than likely in this filter section where it says none, more than likely you have got it checked, your check or it's checked profitable. Oops. Okay, profitable. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. You want to see the trades all day long, whether they're profitable or not. And I'll show you why. So, a couple of things. People ask, does our AI work in the pre-market? No, it does not. Okay, the earliest alert you're going to get would be at 9:40. Doesn't mean you're going to get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest, and that's by design. You know, it'll let the market open a little bit. So that's by design. So you have an entry, you have an alert price. I like to call it an alert price, and you have a stop. Okay, so this one, obviously, MGTX would have worked right from the beginning. You know, it's at 1019 now. It's at 5.8%. The alert was at 9:63. We're at 10:19 now. It actually hit about 10:30 or 10:40. The Duot is a short at 865 now, not bad. LZM, this is one I tried earlier. It just chopped around a little too much for me. It's not bad, 501, 520. Actually, a pretty good day. But this is what I really want to draw your attention to. Some might use the AI like this and this alone. Now, will you miss one that keeps, like, you get an alert and it just keeps running? Yes, you will if you do it this way. But this way can be made, I won't say easier, but you'll get better fills by using the reentry price. Okay, now that should be a column that you see. Okay, you shouldn't have to add it. The reentry price is, and you'll see that there are 4 of them today. Some are blank. Why? So how do you get the reentry price? So in this particular case with the from, and again, I haven't looked at these today. I don't know how well they're done, how well they've done. I can see this one is done okay. So you see the entry price was 307, or the alert price was 307, and the stop was 298. So at some point during the day, it hit the stop at 298. But then what happened is it got halfway between 307 and 298, which is 302. Okay. If that happens, so if a stock hits the stop and it comes halfway between the original alert and the stop price, you will get a reentry price. And you can put sound alerts on these, okay? So obviously you want a sound alert when you get an alert the first time, but you also want to get a sound alert when you get an alert perhaps for the second time as a reentry. So how well did this work? Well, 302, that's 317, not bad, okay? Reentry on this one, the ASST, was 1555. In this case, no. Oh, I'm sorry, this is a short. Yay, it's a short. So 1555, so 1523 now. Now, I'm just looking at the current price. It might have been lower and popped back up. But all I'm doing is I'm just looking at the entry price and the current price to see whether or not it did move in the direction you wanted it to. 2010 on a short, and 1981. I mean, not rocket ships or anything, but this is the one that did not work at all. 327, and it's at 289. Okay, but you can see that 3 out of the 4 would have given you some profit. Yesterday, it was astounding what happened. So just look at it this way, with the reentry. And yes, I'll tell you how to get the sound alerts. Okay, 161. So just look at it. Think of it this way. There was nothing wrong with the idea. Maybe it was a little early. Okay, you can look at it that way. Just maybe a little early, and so it gave you an opportunity. Either A, if you took it the first time, it got stopped out, or B, you didn't take it at all. You just wait for the reentry, and that's when you act. Go, no go. Okay, I'll try to help you, Stevie. I don't have it anymore. I think, but I will be able to help you. Okay. So that's why the problem is if you check the profitable trades, the problem is that when you get a reentry, it in theory would not be profitable. Well, not in theory, it wouldn't be because what the system was looking at is your alert price is at 307, and here's your entry at 302, which is underneath. So you'd never see it. You'd never see it. Okay, that's why you should uncheck it. And I'm going to keep hammering at the company to because the default is to have it checked. How will you ever know when you get a reentry? Bothers me. It does bother me. Companies is just they think, oh no, we only want to show the profitable trade. Well, I understand that idea, but and maybe if we didn't have reentries, fine. But we've got the reentries. Okay. So how to get the sound alerts? I'll answer you first, 161. So a sound alert works on an alert window the same way, okay? An alert window on your price alerts window and in the AI. That's slightly different in the AI. So all you have to do is right click and go to actions, okay? So you right click on the body and go to actions. Have you created a sound alert for anything? 161. Because now it's the same. Okay. So click on actions and you see, and then you're going to get this popping up, and this is the box you'd see if you wanted to create a sound alert in your alert window, and also in your price alerts window. But I'll keep going on this. So you check the play sound, click the setup sound. Now you can have text. If you want the symbol to be read out to you, you can have it. You can have it in a female voice and or a male voice. Okay. So you can do that if you want. You don't have to, but if you want. And then also, if you check use custom sound right here, and then select sound. And these are 3 folders that we have given to you. So if you click on Mad Money, okay, here are the sound alerts within Mad Money. So let's take a look at Monkey. You've got, well, maybe I like the monkey, the monkey sound. So you left click on it, which is highlighting it, then you open it, and then you play it. And if you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to the window that you started the process from. Pretty clear? Okay. Just again, right click and actions, and then just follow. Now, so the only difference now at the AI from the AI and an alert window is this time I'm going to right click in this alert window, and you have to go to properties, and then that's where you find actions. And then it's the same. It's exactly the same. Okay. So here you right click and you see actions immediately. Here you right click and you have to click on properties, and then that's where you see actions. Okay. You can do anything you want to, William, as long as you have some kind of technical expertise. I mean, he's sort of joking, but I've never done it. I mean, look, so these are the folders we got. There's nothing stopping you as long as you put it in this folder, this folder. There's nothing stopping you from creating your own folder with your own sound alerts. Okay, there's nothing stopping you from doing that as long as you get it into this folder. I mean, I just haven't seen the need to do it. Okay, I mean, we've got tons and tons of different sound alerts. Now, remember, the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on your different windows. Okay, in other words, you don't want to go text to voice on every window. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. I mean, I hope that makes sense. You want to put a unique sound for every. So when you eventually, when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Okay, go, no go. Where are you? Stevie. Okay, now go, no go. So you subscribe to it, okay? I do not have the go, no go charts on my screen anymore, but I used to, but it really slowed down my system. I'm not saying it's going to happen to you, okay? But that's before. It's pre-thermal paste, PTP. So go to go. So if you go to the channel, I hope you have you. I'm hoping you went to the channel, Stevie, okay, before you subscribe. Only because at least this gives you an idea about what the go no go charts are all about. You can at least see like what is go no go trend, go no go charts, a couple of videos to take a look at. Okay. Now, when you load this channel, you're going to see and by the way, this is why I use candlestick charts now. Okay. Sorry, bar charts. Because when I was using Go No Go a couple of years ago, I thought, boy, I really like these charts. I really like these bar charts. So I decided to switch from bar charts to, from candlestick charts to bar charts. So in order to enact, you have to click on any symbol that you see here in here, okay? And now well, that's a bad one. Okay, so now you've got the go no go charts. That's what the go no go charts look like, and why, and with the different colors. Okay, number one. Now the problem is I don't want to enact go no go here. But okay, first of all, does that answer your question? Sort of. You got to go to the go no go channel. And these are scans. These are some of the built-in scans that you might want to take a look at. Some are on the short side, some are on the long side. But if you're going to ask me what does it all mean, you'll have to watch the videos. I mean, I can't. I remember it was the transition. Going from one color to another. This was weak. This magenta was weak, and then it starts to turn, and then you get this color, and it becomes strong. So Stevie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to scroll down. Now, if you want go no go on all your charts, at least you could do this. Okay, if you if you took this chart and duplicate it into a free floating window, okay, then I think, and I haven't used this for a while. I hope I don't screw up these charts. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to save my layout. I don't think I'm going to screw anything up, but I want to make sure. Okay. Yeah. So what you have to do here. Oh, it did change. Okay. So you see, so you can pop that chart out. That's in the go no go. You see how I popped it out. You see what I did? I'll do it again if you don't remember. Now when I click on a symbol outside of that channel, it is changing. Okay. So what you could do, if you want, all good so far, is then you could start duplicating this chart, and putting your different time frames in if you want. First of all, I like to get rid of all this. It's too cluttered. I don't like this. Too cluttered. That's me. So imagine if you duplicated this chart a few times and then just change the time frame. Let's take it a 2-minute chart. Okay. And then you could have all your charts like the go no go charts. Does this make sense? So if I duplicated this chart, okay, now I change the time frame. So now I've got a 2 and a 5-minute, right? And I would, size them, of course, appropriately. I might even try these again, just maybe a couple of them. The problem I had was that they were a real tax on my system, and that was my system fault. It wasn't. But before I move on, Stevie, does this make sense? How you can do you know how I pop that chart out of the go no go channel? If you didn't, if I went too quickly, then just let me know, okay? Okay, so you're able to pop it out. Then you can create your different time frames with the go no go charts. Don't forget to save your work. Now, also, if you click on new from the toolbar, you go down to Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer, box is going to pop up. Okay, my Market Explorer strategy. Right click on it, hover over select strategy, and then another box is going to pop up. And look, go no go. So I think these ones are the ones you'll find on the channel. Okay, but we've got to go Momo 3 minute and a neutral and waiting 3 minute. I don't remember what this one is. I think it. Well, let's take a look at it. Okay, so now let's take a look at what Vivo looks like. And what was that? Was that 3 minutes? Let's take a look at. I change it to a 3 minute chart. Change it to a 3 minute chart. Both of them. So I guess what it's trying to say, right? Well, first of all, what time was that? That was at 1:51. So let's go. Okay, this is more current. STM. So as I recall, but you should look at these, go to the channel and check out the videos because I know the purple, well, this is strong, okay? The powder blue is strong. This one is kind of maybe the transition, this color. You can see the STM on a, wow, 3 minute chart was pretty darn good. Very, very strong. See, for me, it's a little bit like the wave, the TI wave. And then what happens here is that you get a transition here, and then all of a sudden, when it turns purple, that is, a suggestion to perhaps a short. But look, it wasn't that didn't last that long. It's a stock. It's a strong stock. Probably would work better on a weaker stock. Let's go to the other one though. I want to find the sort of the weighting. And you can take my, okay, I should do this again. Well, we'll do it again. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Okay, so that was the last one at 142. No stocks met the filter requirements, and I think I remember what they were. So that was at 142. Yeah, as I recall, didn't want to get an alert until you had at least two orange bars. Okay, at least two orange bars, and then you start looking to see to sort of somewhat make sure that the trend has changed. Okay, so I think when we Michael Noss is the one who created it, the Trade Ideas, but we sort of put our heads together on this, and we said, okay, we don't want to just get we want to have a transition period and then get that and then so have a couple of bars, sort of maybe somewhat ensure that the transition is going to happen. Nothing is guaranteed, of course. So this just happened, IFRX. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, so it's just the reverse, you see. I think you had to have at least two bars, two orange at least. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but I would watch the two videos that are on the Go No Go channel, okay? If you haven't already. Is there any reason why you took it? Just out of curiosity, were you familiar with the concept of Go No Go before, or you just thought, well, try it? Hmm. So you can take a look at this because these are scans for a 3-minute chart specifically for go no go. Okay, now you can't adjust this at all. In other words, if you saw something that you didn't like because of the price range, you can't do anything about it. Okay, if you don't like the price range, don't click on it. And the volume should be fine. Okay, the volume should be fine. You're not going to find something with 50,000 shares. Okay, and you could take this window if you wanted to and incorporate it part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day if you wanted to. Or if you don't want to use that at all, then you just have your own scans, and you just click on the symbol, and you see, what do you see? See how it looks a lot? Yeah, it looks a lot like the wave. Oh shoot! And that's what happened. See, now I got this is what I was afraid of. Happy was probably saying, "Don't do it." Is it the worst thing? See, now I got the combination of the wave and go no go. That's what I was afraid of. However, you did see that I saved my layout before I did all this. But I'll keep it actually, just out of curiosity. But you can see how it mimics. I mean, the trade wave sort of really mimics it. But maybe, who knows? Maybe this will give me even more confirmation. I just wish it wouldn't show up on the daily and the weekly and the monthly. I don't like these colors either. But maybe I'll get used to it. So now when I save it, I'm going to call it with go no go. Now let's see how if my system really slows down a lot. Don't like this. I wouldn't mind keeping it. I just don't like the pale blue and all. It just doesn't look not a good contrast. Must be a way to now if my chart was black, hmm, yeah, that's why it's designed to work on a black chart. Now it really does stand out. But now my wave doesn't stand out as much, but I could change the color of the wave. But then now I've got to explain to people, well, why are your charts looking like this? Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll just continue going. And then when I save this, I'll save it as a different name, of course, because I just hate it. Ugh, tired. All right, so I've saved this layout with this look. Yeah, why not? Try it for a while. See if it really slows my system down. If I get a red here, though, that's it. Didn't Arcad hit support to bounce back up? Well, depends. I mean, sure, a little bit, but not anymore. I mean, that is straight negative. That's straight negative. You know, the purple is just straight negative. I'm gonna have to look at the video again because I can't quite remember what pink meant. I mean, obviously it's a bit of a transition, and then this little color, another transition, and then rarely, I think that as I remember, rarely do you go from, say, the magenta directly to the powder blue or the blue without a little bit of transition. So this turned out to be an awesome one, guys, from the AI. Okay, awesome. Now, what I don't see. Wait a minute before I open my mouth. Okay, there it is. So this turned out to be an awesome reentry play. Okay, because the reentry was at halfway between the 307 and the 298, which is 302. So you can see what happened. Well, it's a 5 minute chart. Yeah, so from 302, not saying you wouldn't have taken any profit at all, perhaps right around here, but then you hang on, you ride the wave. Is anybody in this room other than Stevie who's trying it? Is anybody in this room using our the go no go charts? Either room? Just out of curiosity. Well, let's revisit all this, guys. I mean, obviously the from is awesome from the reentry 302, the USAR 2010, 1964 now, and moving down 1555. Let's see, 1555, and the assist. Now, did this bounce up at all? Yeah, I mean, before it bounced up, it got down to 1512. So you have to look at it this way too: 1555 reentry, and it got down to 1512 before it bounced up to 1527. This is the only one that didn't work. This is the only one that did not work. The reentry was at 327, and it's still sitting at underneath that. So this is the only one that did not work. So all in all, the AIs had a very nice day. So the orange certainly stands out nicely on the black chart. All right, guys, are there any questions? It's now 2:12. Again, I can always stick around for questions. But if you have no questions, I will take off. We'll keep my layout up and running, though, until 3:30 when I leave. I may kind of poke around, so even if I look like I've left, my announcement will say I've left, but if I can still be around. So if there's a question later, I will, and I'm here, I'll certainly try to answer it. Otherwise, I think I'll take off. So for those of you who are new to right now, and you want to come into the other trading room, which is going to be open until 3:30, it's free. So if you click on my homepage link, this is for people. Sorry, this is for people who are on YouTube right now. And so here it is, the trading room. It's a free room. It'll be open at 3:30. So just general. So first of all, thanks for all the help all week. What a week! What a week. Um, the room will open at 6:45 a.m. This room, this trading room here, will open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi will do that. Thank you, Obi. And I'll get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Around 9 o'clock. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you on Monday. I'll get my announcement up here. Jeez. Okay, how about my layout? Can I ask a question? And you can answer in, say, the general market talk, okay? I don't want to dominate. I know people still trading. Anybody with a Garmin watch, and especially maybe the Venue 3 or 4, if you have one, go to the general market talk. I ask you a couple of questions. I'm going to shut down YouTube now, guys.